Ratia Mulauzi, our QA manager. He will be doing a talk around hot and cold insulation. So at this moment, Ratia, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you, Comfort. My name is Ratia Mulauzi, KEFA Quality Assurance Manager. I'm here to be presenting reducing plant and component downtime by conducting hot and cold insulation online. In my presentation, I have 10 sections that I will be looking at. I will start with why do we insulate plant equipment, and look at the primary differences between cold and hot insulation. And we'll also look at the common cold insulation materials and whose responsibility is it for choosing an insulation system. We'll also look at hot online insulation application, followed by cold online insulation application. And I will also show you the new innovative cold insulation repair system. On the 8th section, it will be options to the client, the benefits to the client, number 9, and then question and answers if you have any questions. Okay, as a norm here at KEFA, before we do anything, we start with a safety moment. So I've prepared a slide here about not turning a blind eye on safety. So this simply means to ignore something that you know is wrong if you turn a blind eye. And in accordance with our HSEQ guiding principle, we need to stop any unsafe work and positively intervene. So the same here, when you go outside, if you see something is not safe, please intervene and make them aware of what they're doing wrong. How to intervene? You use a gentle, helpful tone, and you provide evidence. Okay. Why insulate plant equipment? There are many reasons, amongst others. It's reducing energy cost, enhancing process performance, personnel protection, noise control, limiting heat gain or heat losses, and fire exposure protection, and condensation control. With hot insulation, normally you have materials like rock wool, fiberglass, and perlite materials used as basic hot insulation materials across the world. And you have ceramic fiber, aerogels, pyrogel materials, microporous like microtherm that are used at high temperatures. These materials are easily applied in single or multi-layer applications and requires relatively low labor skill to apply. Okay, they're quick to apply, no adhesives required, or mastics are not required. They do not require any water vapor barrier. And if they are incorrectly applied, they leave no evidence, except when you do thermal scans, you can see that the cold phase is now not what you desired. Okay. Okay. With cold insulation, these are completely different set of materials and requires a different application method. Materials normally are polyisocyanurate rigid foam, polyurethane rigid foams, foam glass, which is cellular glass, and aerogel materials like cryogel. These are used at temperatures ranging from 0 degrees to up to minus 200 degrees, and can be applied in 2 to 12-layer applications. We always prefer multi-layer insulation system for cold insulation. With cold insulation, a vapor barrier is required on all applications. And a higher skill set for application needs to be correctly applied. Joint sealants may be required to seal the insulation joints. The joints are required between the segments of the insulation and different layers. These joints are to be staggered to make sure that there is no any heat or ice going out. Okay, materials are harder to handle and work with because they are very brittle. If wrongly applied, normally There are immediate signs that you will see. Obviously, if it's very cold, there will be ice over the insulation system. Okay. Where is this cold insulation system required? Mostly applied in cold or chilled water lines, alcohol lines in breweries, chemical plants, liquid oxygen plants, LNG plants up to minus 163 degrees, hydrogen plants up to minus 200 degrees Celsius. With the polyacetylurate and polyurethane material, these are relatively lightweight, easy to handle, require skill to meter the bends and fittings. Otherwise, again, ice will come out. Minor dust issues if mishandled during cutting process, and they are considered safe. No specialized PPE other than standard PPE that is required to be worn. With foam glass material, this is relatively lightweight, extremely brittle, and it will break very easily. Requires high skill to meter the bends and fittings, again, as for polyacetylurate ones. Extremely dusty, eye protection required due to extreme abrasive dust that is released when you are working with this product. It is also a load-bearing material. Despite lightweight nature, it will not compress, and it is ideal for tank bases and things like that. It's a closed water cell, and water will not pass through or be absorbed by the material. When used with a joint sealant, it doesn't consistently require a surface vapor barrier due to its closed cell nature, but then you have to refer to the client specification. We also have cold insulation materials in the form of aerogels, which are blanket-style materials. These are easily handled and difficult to break or damage. They also require high skill to meter the bends and fittings. Again, you need to have very good people to be working with these products. They produce dust and will cause skin to dry if touched due to the nature of the product. And they also do not absorb water. They are much thinner thickness required to achieve the same insulation thickness of other material, normally 50% thickness. Similar to Pyrogel, but with a different color. Okay. Due to the materials being a materials suitable for both pipework and vessels, so you can easily apply them on vessels and piping if required. Vapor barriers for cold insulation. Most cold insulation, as I've indicated earlier, will require a vapor barrier. The vapor barrier prevents moisture getting into the insulation, causing either sweating, dripping, or icing of the pipework. And the vapor barriers take many forms. Most common is aluminum foil, which is applied by covering the insulation and taped into position. And there could also be mastics with scream cloth protection that can be used, as well as butyl rubber barriers. Choosing an insulation system. You saw we have spoken about hot insulation, cold insulation. Now, which insulation will you need for your insulation requirements? This can be a very difficult question to answer. You need to look at the location, ambient temperatures, design temperatures, dual service if it's an equipment that will be working from hot to cold, like what we are seeing there in Sasol, operating temperatures, and if there's any fire rating required for that insulation system. Normally, a client will specify the material that is required and all the finishes that are supposed to be applied. Okay, so at KEFA, if we are not sure, we are blessed, we can always contact our KEFA Corporate Innovation and Technical Excellence Department in Germany for assistance. Hot online insulation application. So this is now, again, we are talking about reducing plant and component downtime. So how can you do insulation online, hot insulation online? Okay. Online removal and replacement of hot insulation must be carried out under very strict and safety permit to work procedures. You can see if you are going to be stripping insulation on a very deeply corroded pipe, you will be exposing your employees to some serious risks. Loss of wall thickness must be investigated prior to any stripping of existing insulation, where we will establish the minimum thickness for which blasting may be undertaken if required prior to the replacement of the insulation. The client will specify the coating system that will be required for the insulation. Usually it involves grid blasting followed by coating with high temperature coats, e.g. the Jota temp, and also thermal spray application by zinc or by aluminum. Okay, the insulation, and after the insulation, the cladding and high temp sealant will be applied as the specification. And again, we are saying here, CUI commonly happens between -4 degrees to 175 degrees Celsius, and in accelerated cyclic conditions. So it is assumed that when we do this hot insulation online, we'll be working from 0 to 200 degrees at least, not more than that. Unless you have a serious risk management procedure that will allow you, but yeah. Again, the necessary PPE must be worn at all times. Okay. With cold online application, when insulating pipework, preformed insulating material is usually preferred. As I've showed you in the previous slides, we were showing the PIC and the PU foam, rigid foams. This is what we'll be trying to use, unless maybe it is in valves and flanges where we can use slabs and use the injection methodologies to insulate. Okay, the insulation should extend to on protrusions down to any vessel skirt or legs or cradle for a distance not less than 4 times the insulation thickness. Okay, if you don't do this, then you still have ice coming out again with all that moisture on your protrusions. Then it will try to get into the insulation system. Joint sealers and adhesives should be completely compatible with the insulation material and the vapor barrier. The same with the foam glass that we have spoken about. It's very abrasive, and you will have to have some barrier between the substrate and the insulation. Otherwise, it will rub off the equipment, and that will not be good. Okay, cold online insulation repair system. Water is the worst enemy of thermal insulation system and plants. It increases heat loss. It causes deterioration of the insulation and cladding system. It accelerates corrosion and on carbon steel. It also increases the weight of the insulation system, as you can see with the ice. And the load on the pipes and equipment can be up to 20 times higher, and that will have a safety impact. Cold online insulation repair system enables plant and owner or operator to carry out insulation repair work under operating conditions where no shutdown or pipe or of the pipe system or any equipment, up to temperatures ranging from 0 to -45 degrees without any time loss for insulation repair works at shutdowns, and with quality assurance and with our experience international team, we can always get the backup for any design. Okay, this is based on the old KFA 12B specification that we had here. We did a lot of insulation work at Sasol over the years using this system where we would strip existing cold insulation and replace while the plant is online. And it can still be done. First, you will safely remove the failed cladding, insulation, and ice. You do small areas at a time so that you can be able to close off. Otherwise, you can have issues. Okay. And then you will apply the gel to prevent ice building. Then install the first layer of the PIR rigid foam. Okay. The gel allows or prevents the ice from happening on the pipe surface. And then you will apply the first layer and seal with the vapor barrier. fit the support rings or spaces for the second layer. I indicated that we prefer a multi-layer insulation system on cold insulation. Okay, and then you will apply and seal the second vapor barrier over the spaces or the supports. And then you apply temporary cladding because we are going to be injecting the foam. Then you inject the PIC or the PU foam depending on the specification. The purpose of that temporary sheeting is that you can open the sheeting and you can inspect the vapor barrier and see if there was any damages that will allow moisture or air to get into the insulation and damage the insulation. Okay. Protection of cold insulation. This may consist of sheet metal cladding or coating system and general as for hot insulation. But again, when you are applying the cladding, you make sure that you don't puncture the vapor barrier. We prefer the use of strapping bands and seals as compared to screws and rivets. But if you cannot avoid that, you will have to put a cushion material between your vapor barrier and your sheeting, so that there is no puncture. No holes on your vapor barrier, your cold insulation system, it will be 100%. Okay, so now this is the new technology that KEFA has that we can get from overseas and we can use here if any of our clients here locally would want us to do this in their plants. Okay, it's a patented system that enables a contractor to perform inspections and remediation works on live cold pipelines and vessels on LNG facilities. This came from Australia, where KEFA bought Isologics, a company that has designed this system. Okay, basically what happens, you without the DPRS, the deep point reduction system, normally there will be ice on your equipment. Okay, so you saw how we were saying you will remove the ice and you will apply the gel to prevent the icing up. Okay, they have a technology now by introducing a dehumidification system where you want to repair the work, and you can remove the moisture completely or up to 0.5% in the air. So if there's no moisture in the air, there's not going to be any icing. So you can see from at the same ambient of 32 degrees here, we have ambient temperature of 32 degrees, relative humidity of 60 degrees. In the same parameters with the DPRS, you are now having the dew point at minus 37 degrees. So this gives you a much bigger window to do your insulation, because it is very cold, but there is no icing through that system. Okay. Yeah, so it works by producing a controlled environment through the dehumidification system. It limits ice formation inside the habitat, allowing removal, inspections, and reinstatement of the insulation on live and cold and cryogenic process lines. Again, it works through the slow process of turning ice into water vapor without melting that occurs only on very dry and low humidity environment. Okay, creates an ideal and safe working environment. Again, there's your dehumidifier, and they do some serious calculations depending on the ambient conditions to calculate what will be the dehumidification system that will be able to produce the correct working environment. Okay. So again, for us now, in terms of, for the client, they can choose to wait for the next shutdown or use the KEFA online repair system. We also have the KIPS system that will be presented here at 11, please don't miss, where we can survey the lines to see if there's any corrosion under insulation, and you can be able to know exactly where to do the repairs. Benefits for online hot and cold insulation application systems: major insulation overhaul without shutdown, no operation interruption, reduction of operation costs, and then exact determination of maintenance and shutdown areas of repairs. And you can do emergency inspection and repairs. And it reduces your shutdown times because already much of the work has been done during normal maintenance. And then it increases the insulation lifetime. Okay. Okay. So, any questions? Otherwise, if you don't have any question, you can direct them to sales@kfa.co.za.
DBRA system. Have you installed it in South Africa?
No. I've said it's a patented system.
Patented system. What do you
If our customers are interested, we have access to Germany for the technology.
Isn't it similar to what you're doing at the bullets? It's cloud connected.
It's similar. It's similar, but this is in a very large scale. Yeah. Okay. KFA Australia and KFA Norway are already working on high performance modules for this thing. They are improving it already. So if our clients here, Sasol, Astron, are interested, we can obviously get access to this technology and the necessary expertise to come and assist us. Okay? Thank you.
There's another session.
But it's mine, sexy.
Yeah, I will come you quick.
Okay.
Let me welcome you quick.
Yeah.
All right. Good day, everyone. Thank you, Ratia, for your powerful presentation. At this moment, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Esti, all the way from Spain. She's our digital expert coming from Spain, leading with our program for impact. She will introduce herself as she progresses with her presentation. So, Esti, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for comfort. Later we are going to do a demo, so I will speak about it during this session. Well, Impact is part of a strategic project. We are working now in different countries that I'm going to show you during the event. So, well, the first slide that I want to show you is because Kiefer, as a company, we have a plan for our clients. We have a plan. We are working for insulation and logistic solution. So this is what this talk is going to be about. One of the things that people want to think about it is that we want to have a catalog like IKEA. This was one of our previous meeting that we have, and I like these slides because we as a company need to have a standard catalog for our parts. I'm going to put a small video about what is going to be during this speak. It's going to be about productivity that we have in the Mavi. That this video is recorded on Wednesday, so this is our Mavi. During the demo, it's going to show how it's work, how fast it is, and the quality that our product is going to be. This is part of our process that we are digitalize some of the process for logistics. Okay, sorry. It's going to be, well, the Mavi, it's in the workshop. Then we are going to be at 12 o'clock with a demo with comfort. And you can appreciate the quality of our cutting. Then we are digitalizing process. Today we are going to see ordering and logistics. So you know that we have also good quality. We can promote this quality with the system that we are speaking about. And also we are expertise. We are more than 5 years working on this project. So it's part of our internal develop. And today, the pilot that we have, it's, well, Kiefer, it's an innovation project. We are going to speak how it's in relation with the Lean proposal, because for us, it's like implement or applying Lean to create solution for being more efficient during all the process. Then, as I told you, we have insulation and logistic solution, and finally, why Kiefer is a leader in innovation. Well, impact is paid by Kiefer, so it's part of our strategy. As Comfort told you, I'm now in Spain, but we are a corporative project. We are working in different countries, for example, in Norway, in UK, in Spain as well, in Australia. And in Oman, for example, on Wednesday, it was a piece of news that I can't show you, because you know that there are other things that are not allowed to present. But this was part of our piece of news that they are working on refractory project, so they need to move a lot of bricks and they have to control this. It's 10 million of bricks, so there are too much. And well, we are part of the logistic solution, so they are going to use the logistic solution to know where the material is, where is the material, and what specifically is for the place that they need to locate it. If you want to read the piece of news, it's in our website and in other social media like LinkedIn. Well, and now I'm going to review a little bit. Impact starting in 2017, and we work for having in-house development. So it's not going to be in the market anything like that. And the good point of this is that we are really fast to make changes, because our team can create it and adapt to different markets and learn from one to another. Where we are working? Well, we are working in 3 different spaces. We are working on the site with projects to manage all the elements. We are also working in the workshop. Today we are going to see an example, and in the warehouse. It's important, the warehouse, because this was in Spain. We have a QR to identify where it's our material. Later, there is a QR session to if you have any question about it. I will going to present a little bit more about this. Well, what is impact so important? Because it's a way of optimize, like a Lean philosophy. So we facilitate the work for planning. I'm going to show you later. We can guarantee, we have a catalog, so we can guarantee the quality of these parts, because all the time are parameterized, so it's going to be the same. With the Mavi, it helps us a lot, because you only need to introduce these parameters. We are increasing this productivity, and also we facilitate the work for the fitters. We have something that I speak about, digitalization. Well, I'm an expert, that's why I'm working on. And I'm going to speak during this about digitalization, and we are really careful about the security of this data. Because it's internal developed, so we protect each country has their own environment to have their own control, and we are increasing on provide some information to the clients to help both of them to know what is the material, who is ordering some material, and have all the process a track and trace. Later, I'm going to see what we are going to see in which part of this process are important linked. Well, maybe I'm going to move here, but we are not working on all the elements that is not affordable for us. We are working on some strategic project that give us to, for example, eliminate the defeats. If we have a control catalog, there is decreasing the problems that we have with this. Also, for waiting times, we have a planification in the application, so everyone knows who it's going to have and when. Also, material searching and moving are part of our strategic or key elements for this, because a logistic application gives you the information on where is the material, so you are not going to move from one side to another, where is my part, or also, for example, for where is my machinery or my PPE, this kind of material. Later, we are going to speak about what elements we reduce. Well, we reduce these movements, the problems with the access, because if previously we know where it's going to work, we can planify the access. So it's reduced the problems with the clients, that there is not a scaffolding for moving from one side to another. And the transport. We can guarantee the transport because we know when can be produced and where it's going to be the material. And maybe the things happen, but we can adapt these problems, and we can do it for as a prevent. These sentences don't have sense, sorry. And lately, we increase the quality of the insulation and the cladding. Well, the next that I'm going to show you are examples of insulation and how it changed. Well, insulation solution, for us, it's to invest time in preparation, prefabricate as much as possible, and on-site just install. This is our philosophy. We want to have the best work in the workshop and the identification of the part, and later we are going to have the process that we have. This is like a storyboard. Okay, how it works for insulation. Someone of the project manager is going to request the material with an application. We have an application, impact project, that is going to request the material with all the parameters. During the demo, I'm going to show you how to use it. Then, there is the workshop receive this in the same moment because it's digital. So, how it's going to decrease the time that we need from one side to another, from one point to another. There is no problem of sending a sketch or things like that maybe create confusion, or maybe, oh, I don't understand what piece part are you needed. Then we produce, they accept the order, and we are going to produce. We have also a ticket, a printer machine, and a device, and they're going to identify the part that they produce and the project which needs this part. Then when everything is okay, they're going to identify, in this case, in a box, but it could be also in the part or in other element. We are included in the application that this element is in our database, so it's going to move to the site. And the manager or the foreman in the project is know where it's going to receive this material. Later, they receive this material and they have to put in their warehouse. Why it's so important to have these logistics for the warehouse? Because they can control where is the material, they introduce in the system, and when it's necessary, they can take out of the logistic app, and from all of our project, the end-to-end, we are going to know where the material is. Well, I show you the process. So now I'm going to present the comparison between the traditional and the old one. In the traditional process, we have to measuring each line by hand. Nowadays, we have a system that they give us how much material we will need for this project according to the line. If it's a standard line, if it's a standard line, we can use this. If it's exotic, if it's a part that it can be standardized with our catalog, we can introduce in the system, and more or less in a project it's like 20%, but depend on the projects, of the size of the projects, that we can have to know how much standard parts we have. Later, instead of having to send and do all this drawing, we only have to introduce the information in our system with the application. So there is going to fold this paper, and for prefabricate, we will only have this app and the printer. Why is so important? Because, for example, people put a 7. No, they wrote a 7, and it's similar to a 9. And at the end, they have a problem. If you do it with a system, it's not going to happen this. Or maybe there is a lack of information. For example, you have a TPS, and they are giving you the information, but they don't know if it's the short phase or the long phase. Then, so we have this productivity capacity. If we are working in this way, we have applicability, and we have in our stand all the catalog, an example of the catalog, obviously. So we optimize the process, and we are expertise. We have developers in the company to create the system. They have a logistic expert, a lean expert, digitalization. So we are increasing in this profile of workers. I'm going to show you now the logistic solution. So we have the logistic solution with QR. We use it to introduce the information. It's the best way of doing. For clients, in some occasion, they have problems with the Wi-Fi. So we are working in, depend on the projects, in an offline mode, and then we can upload to our system when we are in the office. So they have this option. In this way, we have the right piece, right time, right place, right quantity, and also right quality. So the benefits of the system is we can enhance our quality, increase the productivity, guarantee the availability, because we know how much material we have. Also, we are implementing a stock alert, so they know if you introduce that less than 10 straight math is not acceptable for us. They have an alert, for example. They have a lot of functionality, new functionality that can be shown you later. And it's a good way for clients to have a storage optimization, because previously of this work, we know how much space we need, and our policy of supply, because maybe you are not moving all the material in once. We can adapt. So in this way, we can guarantee the quality of the product in the workshop, the storage optimization. This is an example in other country. Then they use this QR. They inform where is the material, down or upstairs, and they have a test for inform if someone have to put it manually. And what material we control? Well, we control box, we can control parts. We have also implemented for machinery, for PPEs. And now I'm going to show you how it's work this app. This is for register material input. Especially, we are showing how we can control PPE. And it's reduced a lot if you control the amount of material that people need. So we have an app, we have a project, and then we can register material input and output. Now we are going to scan the material. So we have the reference. It could be also with the SAP. We have this connector. Depend of the country, we have to work with the IT of this country to control it. And we have two more options to include the purchase order and a comment in case of they are necessary. So in this way, we are going to add the local, and when you need this material, it's going to know where it is. This is the part of register, but we have also for searching. So we have this for the logistic expert. They need to know where the material is. So there is another functionality to search material, or to relocate, or to consume. We have different functionalities in this. And why it's so important this? Well, because with this we are like a leader in innovation. As a Kiefer, we are, as a team for impact, we are a specialized team in developing an insulation solution. We are focused on that. All our day is for that, is working on that. As it is in-house development, we are really fast with creating change and learning from one side to another. I think this is quite important. We have all these solution. I'm not speaking about a report, but this information that is in the app is also a report to visualize and make it easier for manager or for foreman to use all. We have for the project that I saw previously, the project app that we are going to use in the Mavi demo, the workshop report for planification in the workshop, for prefabricate and to create the label. And then we introduce all this information in our system so we can use the logistic app for know where the material is, how much. And to visualize it, we have report. Finally, we have also a methodology for installation. We have this standard part, so we can guarantee a good quality, and it's easier for people to learn how to install because every time it's the same process. We have also here IT department to work, prefabricate, and Well, we are not. We are speaking about our strong international presence. South Africa for us it's really important. Jason, it's Jason Cleaver, the CEO of South Africa, is leading this project. Even if I'm from Spain. Jason is in charge of this for the company, so he's really pushed this project. And I hope to, after my visit, there is going to increase in the implementation of it to have this. This is a brief resume. Ordering, have a logistic, prefab, we can control, we give. If we know where the material is, we are going to give to the fitter in an easy way. And later, I'm going to encourage that you can be with comfort and with me in the Mavi area. It's to show how this application is working for ordering material. So we are going to order material to see how it's worked, the Mavi, how it's the bidding, and how the logistic application it's work. My manager told me that going to want to put, we accept challenge. We are working really hard on impact implementation. So if as a client you need more information, do not hesitate to contact with us. Comfort is our person in South Africa that is boosting this. And thank you very much for your attendance. So now is the time for questions. Do you have any questions? Yeah.
What have you rolled out in South Africa? Because obviously you've developed it in Spain, right?
Yeah, we are developing, well, Jason started to develop this, and the lean department in Spain in 2017, they decided that they're going to start doing this in Spain. So nowadays, we are working really hard around the world. We are the company solution for insulation and logistics, so they don't want to request outside more from this side. We want to have our own developments. So that's why they decided to have in Spain. But nowadays we are moving around the world. So support them.
Comfort, have you
Yeah.
implemented here?
Yes, we have. So the ordering system.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so the ordering system using the Impact app, we're using it. So Sasol, we're using it for Sasol for the team to order, the workshop team to receive the order, and then they process it, and then they supply it to the sites. Yeah, so it's happening. We are using it even with the logistics app as well. I think you'll see when we go to the Mabi house, we have the full-on system, which is something totally different, because traditionally people are used to having a smaller workshop on site, but we are managing from head office, supplying to different sites. Yeah. Yeah.
It's a way of optimize the productivity, because maybe it's a good cutting machine, and people in the world has really this expertise for doing. Do you have any question? Okay, so now, as I told you, well, Comfort can introduce himself, but well, he's our team from Impact in South Africa, but he's going to speak about Lean now.
All right, thank you, Esti. Geez, I know it's back-to-back presentations. 1, 2, clear. My name is Comfort Hlajwa. I'm the Lean leader or manager for KFA South Africa. So I'll just run through a high-level presentation in terms of our program for Lean, and what we do and the program thereof. So we'll run through the agenda. So quickly, what is lean? I think a lot of people are asking themselves, what is lean? So lean is a systematic methodology for improving efficiency and effectiveness by minimizing waste and maximizing value in a process. So as a business and as a company, we have adopted the lean approach in making sure that whatever it is that we do internally and whatever it is that we do even on site for project management, we deploy the lean approach in creating value for ourselves as a business and moreover to create value for our customers. So our core idea is to create more value for customers through strategic partnership. So it's a partnership in terms of what we do. All right, quickly, why are we focusing on lean as an approach? The key benefits for both KEFA and the client is that for KEFA, we're looking at improvements that create direct impact on profitability, P&L, profit and loss. So we are focusing more on bringing about change in terms of our bottom line. But moreover for the customer is to ensure that the improvements that we initiate, they help to create, for the clients to save more cost. And we've seen it in a number of projects that we did. We're helping the clients in our partnership. Two, the level of capability building, training and development. This is part and parcel of what we do, training and empowering our people so that they continuously improve processes and systems. So that's what we do. Now, what is the benefit for the client? The benefit for the client is they have an empowered workforce that helps to sustain the quality of their assets, because each and every client, you have your own key assets that you care about. So with an empowered workforce, that helps in ensuring that your assets are well looked after. And most importantly, even the turnaround time, so that we don't have unnecessary delays within the process. Okay, thirdly, the tracking of our productivity, in terms of daily and closing specific gaps. This is part and parcel of what we do. On a daily basis, there's a view of planning, preparation, planning, and execution. We track our key KPIs. And most importantly, we give a clear update to our customers in terms of how far we have gone or how far we are in terms of progress. And this helps our clients to plan better if they know how we are performing, and they can plan better in terms of the next schedules or scope of work that they have for us. Lastly, we have what we call best practices. So internally as a business, we develop best practices that we use as a training platform to train our workforce, empower them. And these specific best practices are shared locally to different sites. And most importantly, we have access to our international community, the team from Spain, Germany, and Norway, and so forth. We draw even best practices from them. We also share our best practices with them as well. And we've seen it in terms of the client. Some of the clients, they take our best practice, they adopt them to say, we like what you guys are doing as KEFA, and they want to implement some of these best practices across their businesses. All right. So in the context of lean, the key factor here is people lead and sustain innovation. And the whole theme around the Innovation Day is about how do we drive innovation as a business to create more value for our customers. But we believe within the context of lean, in that lean is based on the premise that people are the source of innovation solutions and the sustainability thereof. So we believe that the people are the heart of everything. So the very innovations that we have even outside in our display sessions are sustained by people who are fully equipped and empowered to do what they do best. All right. Okay. So these are some of the, basic. We have a recognition program, we call it Name and Shine. So I'm just sharing few slides of some of the interventions from our team to show that they care about our business and they are helping to drive productivity. So what you see there is one of the quality improvement drive that the team have done in helping to improve the process. This is an initiative from the team based on their daily performance review to say we're always having this specific maybe challenge or issue. What can we do different? And this is an initiative from the team. So we recognize them for their good work. And this is one of our sites in RBCT in Richards Bay. Okay. So this is one of the processes as well to help in terms of recognition for improvements in terms of waste elimination. Waste, we're talking about waste in terms of process waste. So you can see that they had a specific delay in terms of how they were stripping and preparing the actual materials on site. So So these are some of the small things, but they matter, because if we lose time in preparing certain things, if we lose time in coordinating the work we do on site, it impacts downstream and upstream our level of productivity. So these are just some examples. And we do this every month religiously, so to encourage our people to say, we want you to come up with innovation. We want you to come up with smart ideas. And that's what we do. So this is one of them. So it's quite interesting in terms of recognition for the team. They've done what we call productivity improvement cards or tracking cards, because many a times we give the team set targets to say your target for production is this, to cover X amount of squares, square meter and so forth. And on site is sometimes difficult for the guys who are working, whether they're painting or blasting, to say, how much have I covered in terms of square meter? So we give them some guidelines in terms of how they can measure themselves to say, have I met my target for the day, yes or no? So we call them productivity cards, and the guys came up with this, and they use it in terms of monitoring their own performance and in helping us to drive the required change. Okay, I think the last one, this is part of what we call the improvement workshop, right? This is one of our sites in RBCT, in PMR in Rustenburg. So this is just a high-level approach of part and parcel of the things we do in the context of lean. So we are not just focusing on, getting the job done, which is all good, but we're also focusing on improving processes for ourselves, but most importantly, improving the overall process for the client. So we can see we have went through different stages in terms of gathering the team on site, training them, equipping them, and then from there we prepare ourselves to go Gemba. Gemba means to go and see, go and investigate. That's what it means. And we go on site to engage with the people, because change does not happen in the boardroom, but change happens on the floor, on site. So we do discussions on site based on the methodology that we want to deploy. Later on, we do further analysis together with the team, and then later on come up with solutions. So it's a cross-functional activity that we do, working with the team in making sure that we deliver. And in many cases, we also invite our clients to say, we want to improve this specific element, and they also contribute as an input within the process. So this is, in a nutshell, our journey and our process in terms of lean and what we all about in terms of our program. Any question? Thank you. Yeah. All right, thanks.
Hey, good morning, everyone. My name is Chris van Vieren. I'm the area manager for CAIFA, the Central Africa, Central Gauteng area. So today we're going to talk about something that is very important in our industry, especially when it comes to heat conservation, where we need to ensure that we maintain a certain temperature in a process line or a process equipment to ensure that we meet the optimum production at the end of the day. So CAIFA, what we call this is the CAIFA energy audit or the tip check that we do for clients. We can do a consultation for you guys. We come out and we do a consultation, and then we come and we explore where you have your energy loss, okay? So energy loss means basically more cost for production. Sorry guys, there's some more guys that wants to join. We can give them some chairs. Okay. 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 Sorry, let's give us just 2 minutes so that everyone can join. Thanks guys. Thanks for joining. So yeah, the CAIFA energy audit, let's go into it. Avoid energy loss. At the end of the day, energy loss means cost, means loss. Loss of production means money. Okay? So what is the problem? Once we installed in the installation, we look at the visual. Okay, it's nice, it looks nice, it's a pretty sight. But at the end of the day, that's not why we do insulation. The reason why we do insulation is for heat conservation or temperature conservation, whether it's hot or cold. So what we do as well is we always think of what's the cost to do. Let's see how can I install the insulation at the lesser cost. But at the end of the day, we're defeating the purpose of why insulation is so important in the production areas. So like I said, insulation is often seen as only as a cost factor, not as a worthwhile investment. Okay, why are the existing solutions unsatisfactory? Okay, like we said, visual inspections with restricted information. Heat loss is not visible. No one can see if the insulation is installed that we are losing temperature with the naked eye. So that's why you need somebody like a CAIFA to come in and do an audit, an energy audit, a tip check. And I'll go into details how we do this, but that's why it's important. Safety relevant information is missing. Okay? We want to save cost, so we put the least amount of insulation on. Okay? Not taking the safety element into consideration. When we talk about the safety, we talk about the new ESG topic that's coming up every day, environmental sustainability governance rules, and by ensuring that we do not lose energy, okay, we're reducing the CO2 emissions, because now your production plant doesn't need to overwork itself in order to make up for the heat loss. And that's how we are looking at the environment from a TipTech point of view. So as you can see, as the years goes by, the different money, the different costs that you spend, because now every year you need to go and redo the insulation because it wasn't done properly in the first place. So now you're losing that insulation, the reason why you did the insulation in the first place. Now you have to redo it. So the longer time cycle, you're losing so much heat for the production loss, energy lost. Okay. Okay. The current state of the research and technology. The technology is known as immediate and it's immediate and available. So we're talking about the tip check. Do we have the technology? We have the technology, guys. It's immediately available. We can set it up within 2 weeks lead time. We can get the technology here, and we can come and do this energy audits for you guys. Okay. So basically what the energy audits consist of, we've got thermographic cameras where we go onto your site, and we would take the heat map of the existing insulation that was installed on your site. Now, in the heat map will indicate hot spots, or it will indicate where there is a defect on the insulation. What we found is that the defect on the insulation usually happens where you've got difficulty to install proper insulation systems, like on your bench when it comes to supports. And that's where KEFA comes in, and we can design an insulation system that ensure that you maintain that heat and that you also maintain production, and your production cost is at a less amount than having to spend a lot of production costs to get that heat and temperatures up. Okay, so first how we do is we have a discussion with you guys on site. We say, listen guys, this is what is the causes of heat loss, of temperature loss to your production. And it's a common thing. Valve boxes not sealed off, flanges not installed properly, the wrong thickness of insulation used. As the reason for going with thicker insulation is to conserve temperature. So if you use 50 millimeters of mineral wool where you were supposed to use 100 mineral wool, your energy will be lost. So we have that conversation. That's step one in the process of the tip check. Step two, we go to site and we do our thermo scans on your specific equipment. So obviously we will go to the places where we know, as the experts in insulation, this is where you will commonly find heat loss. Okay? And then we go and we analyze this measurements. We've got a department currently sitting in Germany where we've got our thermodynamical engineers which can be able to do thermodynamic calculations to say, listen, in order for you to ensure that you have that optimum heat to energy conservation calculation, we can then say to you guys, you have to install a 50 millimeter wool here, or you even over-designed. Maybe sometimes you over-design, you have to install a 50, but you can get away with a 25. So we would also then advise to you guys, let's reduce the insulation, and then also saving you cost in that scenario. And then we report the results to you guys, and you as the client then makes the decision, how can KEFA assist you in developing the insulation system that works for you. Okay, so like you said, we've got qualified technicians on site. Currently I am one of that technicians that can go out and we can do a thermo scan for you guys. We can do the consultation for you guys. Yeah, and obviously the first session we can talk about doing a survey free of charge for you guys, and then we'll give you the results. So that's for us, it's important for us. Like I said, we do the thermal and economical calculations to understand, is it a 50 millimeter, is it a 40 millimeter, is it mineral wool, or can you get away with a different insulation system like a thermoflax, or ceramic fiber is maybe needed because it's a higher temperature conservation that you need. So yeah, that we will determine for you. And then we can also do a calculation to show you, listen, should you install this type of system over so many years, this is the cost savings that you would have, okay? And CO2 emissions that you have now saved, CO2 means green credits for you. Green credits means you get more work. You on your tax, you get a tax rebate on green credits. And that's the important thing. We all want to go green. So that's how KEFA can assist you in the insulation field, to make sure that although we cannot physically reduce your emissions, but we can reduce the production cost, and that will ultimately reduce the emissions that you put into the air. So here's some of the basic calculations that we've done. You can see here, we've done it on a small piece where the insulation was not properly installed, okay? And we ran the calculations on that specific piece, and we found that, listen, that it was not sufficient insulation installed. And then we also give you a recommendation, okay, on, listen guys, if you go with an 80 kilograms per cubic meter density wool, you will have better results than having to go with 100 kilogram per cubic meter density wool. So that's what we do for you. And as you can see immediately on your heat thermometrical cameras, you can see that there is the heat loss, okay? It indicates a bright red color, which means there is energy loss there. Okay. And it's simple as maybe having to insulate the flange, guys. to make sure that you don't have that loss of that, the things. Okay. Okay, and that's from our side, guys. It's short and sweet, but yeah, at the end of the day, proper insulation system will ensure that you will not over-design in the first place, saving you costs on new fabrications, and then also under-designing is a huge cost to you over the long run because of the production cost that you need, the additional cost that you need to put in to make sure that you have your optimum temperature where your production plant needs to run at. Okay, I'm open for any questions, guys. My team for Sasol is here. If you need to speak to them, just give them a call, and yeah, my cards is available if anyone wants to speak to me. Okay, and reach out to us. We will, like I said, we'll come out, we'll do the consultation for you guys. We will discuss where your issues are, and then we take it from there. Is there any questions, guys? Okay. No, thank you for your time, guys. Thanks.
My name is Roland. If I can get the microphone out. I'm working for Cape Thermal, area manager in the Cape region. Today we're going to talk about two products, the Super Wrap 2 and the Belzona 7311. It's a very technical presentation, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand over to our supplier that supplies us with this, all these products. We're one of the approved applicators, and we're using it wildly in South Africa. So I'm going to introduce Andre Becker, and he's going to run you guys through the presentation.
Thank you, Roland, and thanks for inviting me here. Thank you. Thank you, Roland, for inviting me, and Keifer for this open day. Afternoon, everybody. So I'm the technical manager for Belzona in the Gauteng area. I've been with Belzona for about 7-8 years, and in the industry for about 20 years. I want to talk to you guys about our compliance wrap, which is quite an exciting solution. Out of our 60 products in our range, and we can't introduce everything in all our products to you guys now. This Super Wrap, I want to talk to you guys, is it's an ISO ASME designed wrap, which means, and this is it's a composite wrap for hydrocarbon pipelines, even on tanks, where you would find wall thicknesses that is too thin, or a through wall on the hydrocarbon line on the oil and gas. Now, typical, what they have to do is replace these pipes. Major shutdown, extremely expensive. And what we can offer them is then a compliance wrap. So a compliance wrap is it's a designed wrap according to an ISO 24817 and an ASME PCC2. It is strict test procedures. If you look at those ISOs and the ASME standards, that not everybody can apply this, and not everybody does this. Huge advantage for the industry there, for just wrapping their pipes with our system. It's a validated supervisor applicator, so what I'm saying, I have to train the contractors to be approved applicators and supervisors. So it takes Belzona to the next level. It's like I say, validated applicators, extensive testings, it's engineered, repaired. I have to mention that Belzona has been in the industry since 1952, and we are the pioneers in this polymeric epoxy technologies. So what is Super Wrap? And there's just a version of how it looks like, a cut through. So basically what it is, it's a resin carbon fiber hybrid system that's been applied according to a standard. So let's look at a couple of applications. And I have to mention to you guys that this is a very versatile application. Two guys can do a wrap, any contour, any thickness, any application. So there's a steel plant in Wales that we've done. I'm not going to go through all our applications we've done. We certainly can give you all that information if required. We have an extremely versatile and informative website where you can get all this. So that's a Super Wrap example. Again, North Sea in Norway. And what we can look at here is a through wall, a thin wall, temperatures, and also pressure, what we normally would get from the client, all that information we need and required to design this wrap. The second generation of Super Wrap, it's a design criteria, suitable for service temperatures, 24-hour back service, long usable life, convenience mixing ratios, all those valid points that you can have to that will increase your life of the wrap and the pipe. So what is SuperRep 2? It's a compliance composite repair system. As I mentioned, it's a carbon fiber and a glass fiber reinforced repair system. And we'll go into detail on how it looks like and how we apply this. Using either Belzona 1981 or 1982, which is our resin system, depending on what is the application, temperatures and all that will determine what resin we use. And we finish with a Belzona 9382. It is a release film, it's also a compression film. That's the product, that's how it looks like. On the right is our carbon fiber rolls, reinforced wrap, any different length and different width depending on what is the application. So we don't have to take a 85 millimeter around a 700 millimeter pipe. You know, we'll go for a different width. The two tins in the center is our resin system. And the red roll on the left is our compressive film. So how we do it. Testing is done in a third-party laboratory to determine the physical properties of the repair system, and it will generate the number of needs to run the design. So what we do is we get the information from the customer. Based on the information and the integration of the pipes, we will then determine what's the length of the wrap and also how many wraps to give them the extra 10, 15 to 20 years life. A lot of tests obviously has to be done by third-party inspectors to comply with an ISO and an ASME standard. And this is typical test how we do it. They wrap a spool piece which has a defect in it, pressurize it, and pump it and pressurize it until it fails. A lot of these, that's a testing station, a rig. And again, it's not tested by Belzona. It's like an ISO and ASME, it's tested by third-party approved laboratories. And so this is not what we say, this is what the results was. There's 800 bar failure, and you can see where it failed. It did not fail on the wrap. It failed on the weakest part, which was the weld. Again, not a failure on the nozzles. All right, so internal testing. As I say, we get a through-wall defect, where it is obviously a through-wall, a hole in the pipe, and a thin-wall defect. A thin wall then like a millimeter thin. So it's not through, it's thin. And all that information we need to determine the wraps. So we test the physical properties of the repair system, the physical testing to validate that the repair system strength meets the theoretical values generated by the design calculations and the design engineer house. Real-life repair solution, 18 spool tests was done to qualify the repair over various defect sizes. So obviously they do test on various defects, through wall, thin wall, cracks, whatever, you know. We can't just determine on a through wall and say that's the results. The thin wall spool test to rebuild the pipe to original strength. So normally what we'll do on a thin wall or a through wall, we do a patch repair first with a steel plate, bonded with Belzona. The steel plate will also be determined the size and thickness by the design house. That's basically how we apply the wrap. So you can see grit blasting, SA 2.5, 75 microns. That's a requirement. The design will determine the length of your wrap and also determine the number of wraps. Could be up to 10 wraps, 12 wraps. It depends on what is the requirement. This all is still part of the testing, impact testings done. This was a defect, manufactured defected, so we can see what is the results if we then paste that with Belzona, paste grade. Bear in mind, you can only wrap around a round surface, so we first make it round and true by pasting it with our Belzona paste grades. So all defects, pitted holes, all that will be pasted up first, so that when you do a wrap, it's 100% contact surfaces all the time. Just more internal testings. That's a finished application. That's how it would look like when you're done with it. Now, you can bury the pipe. They can coat on top of that, whatever means they want to do to finish it up. The key improvements, improved material properties, high-young models. The repair system is much stronger, 4 times strength of Super Wrap. And that's how they test it, must be stronger. And also, thinner repairs can be designed and applied. No paste grade material between layers. You paste grade only your first rebuild, make it round. Thereafter is your compliance wrap based on the design output. It's much quicker application and it reduces the cost extremely. If you think about oil and gas have to replace a pipe, it's months of planning, shutdowns, money. We can repair it in situ on site within a day and have it back tomorrow morning. 24 hours, depending on the temperature, back in service. Again, not everybody can do this wrap. The manufacturer, which is Belzona, have to approve you as an applicator and a supervisor. And also, we're not just taking anybody off the street to do this. You have to have some experience in epoxies and with Belzona. Right, I'm the Validate trainer in South Africa. It's a 2-3 day course, which I will do theoretical, practical, tests, results, pressure test, all that in our Spartan training center. So, engineered solution for installation and design, global application standards for Belzona Super Wrap compliance. And what this means is everybody that I've trained and has passed Belzona, UK will issue a certificate and a ID card, not me. Your results will be sent through to, and they'll do all calculations to see if you've passed or failed. And some guys do fail, believe me. All right, so any more questions for you guys on Super Wrap? Just on that point, it's not only for piping, it's also for tanks. So we get Super Wrap wrapping and a Super Wrap patch. It's also designed. Got a big tank with a hole in it. You don't have to weld up. We can patch a Super Wrap and still give you 15 to 20 years. All right. Thank you, guys. I'll just open it up as a slideshow. Thank you. Good afternoon, guys. Thanks for joining me. Today, I just want to introduce you to our new product that's been launched about 6 months ago. It's called Belzona 7311, and it's a structural bonding adhesive. Now, in our group of Belzona products, we can use a lot of our products for bonding, and we've done it past plate bonding on tanks. This is a new one that can handle a lot of other stresses just for pull-off test. Our normal bonding was pull-off. Belzona 7311 is designed for different strengths and forces. All our products comes in a 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 kg tubs. That's the format it will be issued to you guys. And what we've developed this for is basically more for hardware that you want to bond to a equipment. So you've got a cat ladder you have to bond or weld to your tank, and you're not allowed to weld. Because if you do, weld is going to do a lot of negative things. You're going to destroy your coating inside if it's a tank. You only weld this perimeter of your plate. So this is more designed for that type of applications. It's a structural adhesive. It's a substrate that fastens together. That's what it is. Either welded, bonded. And there's a lot of methods how we can bond something or weld something to the substrate. When we look at joint comparisons, we look at a welded joint. As you can see, only the circumference is welded, generate a lot of heat, weaken the parent substrate, destroy your coating in the inside, if there's coating in the inside. Bolted joints, they were good. I think the technology today is better than riveted tanks. A lot of corrosion that happens and then there's our structural adhesive. Now what happens, we'll do pull-off test, and I'll show you that. It's bonded 100% to the substrate. Grid blasted both sides, and apply the bonding liquid both sides, and bond it to have about a 2 or 3 millimeter final thickness of your bonding. So there's a lot of drawbacks of traditional joints, you know, welded, riveted, and I'm not going all into detail with that now, but welded, again, you weld the circumference of it, you destroy the inside. What happens on the flat surfaces between the substrate and your plate? Rivet, also a lot of joints that can have all these corrosion cells happening. Then we're looking at Belzona 7311, mixed. It's a 3-to-1 in this situation. It's a solvent-free. I mentioned that to you guys. Belzona is a solvent-free product. No solvents, 100% solid. Wet or dry, same weight, same thickness. Just explains to the mixing ratio how we applied brush, spatula, applicator, whatever means you found. It's got a 3-year shelf life, and it's applied to a blasted substrate. We can also, there we can see it, we can also design it for you. So if the engineer is reluctant to use a type of adhesive to bond a cat ladder, we can then get that designed. We get the information from the engineer, the weight, the length, all that. We will then design the footprint of the plates and guarantee that it will hold that weight. As you can see on the bottom left, product on both sides. So what are we looking at adhesion? Adhesion is not just a pull-off. I think a straight pull-off is a bit of not a true reflection, because if you take two smooth surfaces and you rub them together, it's also extremely difficult to pull them apart. What we're looking here is shear and cleavage. And that's what 7311 is. So it's more like a Belzona paste elastomer hybrid with extremely high adhesion. This is just to illustrate our normal coatings, 1321, 1111, 5811, general Belzona products. And then 7311. Test again against shear, and you look how high this one performs. Again, that is cleavage when it opens. So if you can hang something on it, that forces it will handle perfectly. Again, look at the big difference there in and 1321 and 1111, the bottom two is Belzona's workhorses in this regards. You want to bond something. That's what we always. That was a go-to product. 7311 outperforms them all. And that's a typical example. Fire hydrants, fire sprinkler systems bonded on fixed roofs. Not allowed to weld on it. You can bond it on now. Wind girders, brackets, you can bond it on now. As long as we know what is the weights and the requirements, we can design the footprint of that bond and that plate. And that's the reason why we're doing Super Wrap today and 7.3. Both can be designed. And one is designed, other one can be designed. All right. That's just a pull-off and adhesive strength you get according to grid blasters, all the surface preparations you can get, and what are they in MPAs. And you'll see there's some very high numbers in 33, 34 MPA, extremely high. There's adhesive strength tests, a cleavage adhesion, and a pull-off adhesion. And you can see the cleavage and the pull-off. Also very high numbers there. Also grid blasted substrates. And you can see the results on the side there. Newton meters, 300, 390, 373 MPAs. All right. Adhesion strength, and then we're looking at the adhesion strength. Again, tear off. Again, a lot of high numbers on, if you look at the Belzona 1111, 1321, 5811, and 7311. Big difference in the adhesion on the fatigue resistance. Tensile strength adhesion. There again, we compared it with our workhorses that we normally would have introduced it to the customer. 7311 outperforms that. It's designed for that type of applications. Again, on a cleavage adhesion, more numbers. I'm not going to bore you with all these numbers now. Fatigue resistance, so it's a fatigue resistant adhesion. Out there in the sun, you can bond anything, anywhere with this type of adhesion. Comparisons, again, you can see this, the graph out of the scale according to the normal application or products that we suggested for bonding. And the topic is a typical application on what we can do with this. Tensile properties, elongations, all the tests, all the results according to the ISOs and ASME done. Third-party testing groups that does it, not Belzona. Shear properties, same thing there, and the thermal properties. What's your thermal expansion rates? And it's the same as steel, borderline stainless steel. So it doesn't mean that you got steel here in the winter that will crack. It's a thermal, and in the summer. Same thermal expansion properties. A lot of data here for performance data. We can give you guys for 20 to 60 degrees cure. Sorry, guys. This is where they do tests and to see where's the weak point on a 3D model, thermal imager, to see where is these weak points, and you can see it's universal. That's done with a 210 kg force on the 1111, top one on the right, and the 7311. Nothing, doesn't come off, stick. So this is what we're targeting at. If you look at sprinkle systems on fixed tanks, you look at a wind girder brackets, hardware inside the tank or inside a vessel. Vessels manufacturers done, not allowed to weld on these vessels anymore now. But they need to add something in it or on it. Then you can bond it on. Again, we can calculate. Wear pads, so typical our super wrap wear pads will be bonded on to with 7311, depending on what's the conditions. Temperatures always plays a role in all that. Okay. There's more plates bonded onto a tank, so reinforcing plates. There's a lot of applications now, and you can look at that. So heat exchangers, tube faces. It's actually a very versatile product. It's not a product that can do anything. Can't handle abrasion. We've got products for that. Want to handle high temperatures. We've got products for that. So all products designed for specific applications. Again, target applications, pipe supports, cable trays, antennas, vents, ducts, you call it. Wind girders, fire escapes. There's more vessel externals, bonding prefabricated nose grip systems, which is you see on the side of the wind girder, bonded nose. So this will replace all our bonding applications that we had in our stalls, like 1111, 1321, 13, all those numbers. We're going to use 7311 now. It's a much better adhesion and bonding strength with all those properties of shear, pull-off, and cleavage. More target applications. Again, we've seen that now. I think you can get the idea of what Belzona 7311 can do for you. So how to choose between 1111 or 7311? Now 1111 is our workhorse in the world. Basically used for everything and anything. But 7311 will outperform that in adhesion. So, peel cleavage? No, yes. Superior resistance to cyclic? Yes, no. High performance data for FAA? Yes and no. So definitely 7311 is the go-to product going forward. Like all our products, that's our supporting documents, IFU, instruction for use, data sheet, KC3's chemical resistant data sheet, everything is available even on our Belzona electronic library that you need to register for. And you'll have all information about Belzona, even on your app. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much for listening to me. I hope it was informative. And if there are any questions, you can get back to me. Thank you.
Got any questions? Obviously, if you can approach Kaifa, one of our guys will come and see you and get everything out to you. Our next talk is going to be 2:30, and it's going to be Anne Papua, one of our directors, and she's going to discuss unit rates versus day works. It's very exciting. You pay for what you get. You don't pay for labor through the gate. So 2:30, if you guys can log on again. Thank you.
Hello? Hello? I could pull it out. Then I'll start being nervous. And I know. Yeah. Already. Thank you. Okay. Great. Good afternoon. Oh, yes, I have to. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I am presenting on a smart way to contract. Just a bit of background on who I am. My name is Anne Pwapwa. I have a background in construction studies and with a focus on quantity surveying, and then a second degree in law. So I have quite an interest in terms of construction law. My current role is that of commercial and legal director here at CAFA. What we do at CAFA, because safety is of utmost importance, is that we always start with a safety minute. I picked one on driving because it's something that perhaps is more specific to, or is more common amongst people. I know when you have very specific construction safety moments, a lot of people then turn off because it's, you know, it becomes something that happens on a construction site. So I thought to talk about safe driving. A lot of us drive, I'm hoping all of us here drive, but in terms of being able to drive safely, you just need to make sure that when you get behind the wheel, you need to be alert and focused and be on the lookout for other drivers. So what you need to do is always pay attention to your surroundings, make sure you keep your speed down or within the speed limits. Don't rely on other drivers because you don't know what's going on with them. Make sure that you know that you're safe. Cut out any distractions. I know in the world we live in, you're always on your phone, you're always, you know, updating yourself in terms of your social media, but that shouldn't be happening while you're driving. Always follow a 3-second rule to set a safe following distance. So from the time a vehicle, for example, in front of you stops, count 3 seconds, and then for you to stop as well, to allow yourself good time. And then ensure that your lights are switched on. I know with vehicles in this day and age, usually you have that auto switch, but if you don't, just ensure that they are switched on so it can alert the drivers around you. Similar to having a safety moment within our business, we always also have a compliance moment. CAFA is a global company, and we take our compliance seriously. So in terms of a compliance moment, this was previously presented within our business, and I thought it's apt for everyone else to hear this. So I'm sure everyone's heard of the phrase turning a blind eye. And what does that mean? So I did a bit of research on from where this comes from. There was a captain in an army a long time ago that had a glass eye from a previous war that he had attended. And so they were on a ship and he had received specific instructions to not, you know, attack the enemy for whatever reason from his supervisor or his boss at the time. But what he did is that he didn't agree with the instruction that he was given, and he purposefully put the telescope on his glass eye, the one that couldn't see, and he told the people that he was on the ship with to say, well, I can't necessarily see from a blind eye. So that's where turning the blind eye comes from. And what that means in our day and age, not necessarily that we're fighting in wars or doing anything like that, but it just means that you're disregarding something that is obviously wrong. So why we shouldn't be turning a blind eye in terms of compliance, it means you're choosing to ignore something that has a direct removal, electromechanical services, NDT. There's lots of technology that's been invested in terms of what we can provide and provide new solutions. But in terms of procurement strategies, which is probably where I'm a bit more of an expert on, is what informs a procurement strategy, right? And that's usually project drivers. What drives a project? It's your cost, it's your time, it's your quality, or if you're innovating and providing a one-of-a-kind technology. So when we provide the service as a contractor, we must understand what your project drivers are. And in that sense, we always ask how a contracting type. So typically, in a typical EPC type of world that we work in, so that's engineering, procurement, and construction, a lot of the projects are awarded on a lump sum type of basis, which is fixed price. And fixed prices are only put there because maybe the scope isn't clear, or you've got a set budget that you need to work to. So you provide a lump sum, but in terms of the risk, that is basically shared in terms of a contractor maybe not allowing enough for the unknowns, or driving up a project budget because of these unknowns. So it doesn't necessarily work in the worlds that we work in, which is primarily the maintenance business. So there I talked to advantages and disadvantages of the traditional lump sum or fixed price, which talks to, like I shared, an advantage is predictable cost, and then you can drive higher profit margins as a contractor. Right? Disadvantages, incentive to cut corners. Because a lot of contractors, and definitely not us, because we're not the type to cut corners, because the price is fixed, they want to ensure that their margin always makes sense, and in doing that, they might actually cut corners and maybe not provide the right quality as required, or maybe not pay their people what they should, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the traditional lump sum. Cost reimbursable is where we find ourselves as contractors within this business really falling into. The pros of this is, for us, the contractors, little incentive to cut corners because I'm being reimbursed for the cost that I'm incurring. It's ideal when quality over costs is the objective, right? And then the final costs are typically lower because there's no need to inflate prices. What the cost to the man is the cost to the man, and you usually have your margin that's fixed according to that. The cons of that is that the final costs are not necessarily certain. You need oversight to make sure those agreed upon costs are actually being paid, right? Oversight is needed for making sure any award or incentive fee is fair, and then less incentive for efficiencies. If you've got people walking through the gate, providing the service, whether they provide it or not, they're paid for their time there and they walk out. So it's not necessarily the best way to contract, but it has its place and time. And then lastly, you get remeasurable contracts. These are fixed. Contractors may be tempted again to cut corners so that they can increase their margin. But we're not going to go too much detail of those ones. What we want to talk about more today is unit rate contracts. So a unit rate contract pretty much offers a balance of flexibility as well as cost control. Why? Because you're literally just paying for a unit. Where is this appropriate? Like I said, we work a lot in maintenance, in the maintenance world, working on capital projects. And when, for example, they go on an outage or are doing maintenance works to their plant, it's not necessarily clear what the scope is, but it's repetitive work. So we're putting up scaffold, we're taking it down. We're moving it to another location, we're putting up scaffold, we're taking it down. Similar to our installation services, we know that we're performing maintenance works on it, we're going to a certain part of the plant, we're opening it up, we're checking the quality, we're updating it, and we're putting it back. So it's very repetitive type of work that we do. And in terms of that, we're able to actually put together a rate that talks to the productivity and the efficiencies and the requirements to be able to maintain the plant as required. So also, because we don't know where the work might require us to be, is it in section A or section B, we can be moving around and the scope changes. We could be running normal maintenance contracts or working on outages. So it is more adept to use this type of unit rate or this type of contract as opposed to the others because of the type of service offering we provide. So it also provides transparency and flexibility because what is made up in the unit rate is clear. It's your material portion, it's your labor portion. We obviously manage that in the best way that is possible, and then it drives up efficiencies and productivity. It's also beneficial for certain types of construction projects, which is large-scale projects and, like I said, repetitive tasks, as well as incomplete scopes of work. What we need to know is that overall it allows a lot of risk mitigation in terms of contractors benefit from the unit price because they eliminate submitting, first of all, inaccurate estimates, but on the side of the client, it's beneficial to them for the fact that they're not managing hours of people and tons of people. We allow, because it's made up of a certain unit in terms of the crew size and all of that, we're able to manage our efficiencies and productivities within that. Less people on site, you're rather managing productivity as opposed to, productivity and efficiencies as opposed to managing people walking in and out of your site and hoping that the work gets done. So in summary, it's probably the best way to go, and it, like I said, it allows flexibility and cost control. So that is what I have on unit rates. Do we have any questions? No? Yes, so maintenance contracts are exactly the type of construction project or construction projects that require maintenance, sorry. So a maintenance project basically is repetitive tasks that are happening all the time, and the scope always changes. But if we do have unit rates in place, it allows us to move around and still manage the productivity. So it's probably the best type of contract that we need. If there's no further questions, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate that.
1, 2. One, two. Two, 1, 2. Two. 2, 2. Two.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Asia? You can hear me? Yes, you can hear me? Okay, perfect. Listen, we're going to start in maybe 10 minutes, okay? Okay, thank you. 10 minutes, and then I'll dial you guys, or you guys can follow. I'll hand over. My portion will probably take about 10 minutes, so around about 10 past, quarter past. Then I'm going to go to yourself first, Asia, and then I'm going to wrap up with yourself, Ave, if that's okay. Okay. Thanks, guys. Thanks. Thank you. Ciao. Sorry. Yes, stay here. This is the place to be. This is where the action is. Okay, but just in terms of content, none of your slides had any active content like videos and things, yes? None of your slides had active content like videos or anything, no? Okay. Yeah, just go quick. Everybody in the meeting has already seen there. Just check the teams are muted on this side. Is that a problem? Or sure. Are you? You happy? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Are we good to go? Woo! Team. Hi guys. Hi. Welcome. Welcome. Yes, welcome to the session. The session's going to be a little bit about the future of access installation and painting. So I think what informs this is actually the in the context of today's event around innovation. I think there's very often a lot of focus on the past and the current, but not much vision into the future. So the idea about this is just to set some questions going so that the customers and other service providers can challenge their thinking. So where do we start? A VUCA world. Everybody knows what VUCA is. Yes, a volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world. I think that's the lay of the land today. Countries, global, geopolitical situations, all the rest. Recessionary pressures, war. We don't really know what's going to happen tomorrow. Climate change, big topic, affecting businesses, affecting people. This is something that that's also a construct of the future. We've got to keep in mind. Shareholder demands and profitability. At the end, businesses exist for the purpose of generating profits and value for shareholders, and shareholders need returns. And in this low growth environment, there's more and more focus on this. So into the future, big focus. For any organization, any customer, and supplier needs to be equally focused on the same. Cost side pressures. I was actually in an interesting session with The Economist a few months back, and there was a big conversation around what CEOs of Africa recognize as the largest let's say trends around costs for the coming years. And inside there, you've got the standard stuff like labor, you've got commodity prices increasing, you've got the likes of logistics. Everybody knows that the logistics situation is really problematic, and all of these things push cost pressures onto our customers, and ultimately, service providers end up having to adjust their operations to try and support the customers' needs. Please come in. Welcome. Come in. Forex volatility. In that session, there was also a big topic around, at least in the Africa environment. The rand dollar is the main exchange, and we've also seen it now with the recent elections and all the rest. The forex, the rand dollar somehow strengthened, and then as of yesterday, we got different pressures. So highly volatile, very very difficult to operate in this environment. Aging assets, our customers, and if we look in the South African sort of landscape and context, our customers have aging assets, and this is equally applying cost side pressures, because it's costing more and more money for our customers to maintain their plants. Eroding skills base, another point. There's a brain drain going on in South Africa, and more broadly in Africa, and we find it more and more difficult to find those skills that are necessary to face the future. So with a productivity spiral also in the mix, what you've got is less of the people that know what to do. The worse we get at doing what we're supposed to do, let's say the lower competitiveness we enter into, and that puts more pressure on cost, and you can get lesser skills involved. It's a spiral downwards. So we get less and less productive every single year. Equally, I mean, demands around ESG and safety, etc., are going up. So the ability for customers to really deal with this productivity spiral is very, very difficult. And then finally, ESG, throw that in the mix. We've got, the future is going to be very, very highly dominated by, the environmental and social elements and governance elements that are driven by first world countries and all the rest. So, for me, when one looks at that, I mean, that's more or less what the future holds. It looks exciting, doesn't it? So I think for a business like us as a service provider, as well as our customers, really, one needs to be looking 2, 3, 4 years ahead and understanding what that all means to us and how do we adjust our businesses to ensure survivability. So I think, let's have a look at the current landscape. So in the context of service providers and our customers, I think that today's a lot about our customers in the conversation. I think in terms of ARP, I mean, we've got on the board there, you can see this show's been going for more than 100 years. We've been doing what we've been doing very similarly for the last 100 years. So methods are well established, but very, very labor intensive. Old techniques, and also the formula that the customers use are generally very old-fashioned preventative and corrective type strategies. So that's where we are today. Also with segregated services models, what I mean by that is that we've got different service providers, each doing a piece of the puzzle, and this is very, very inefficient. Challenges and limitations faced by the service providers and the asset owners, in the current landscape, I mean, we've spoken about it. I mean, that today's story is much the same. I mean, there's really, really big cost side pressures. And, cost squeeze on the service providers is the natural approach on how they have to deal with those things. Also, I think, finding a reliable service within all of these pressures, etc., is becoming increasingly difficult for the asset owners. I mean, they've got to contend with very, limited skilled service providers just in order to match their cost allowables. And then we've spoken a bit about the capability and skills, etc. So there's very little capacity within the current system for businesses and service providers to explore and experiment new ideas and ways of doing things. And I think innovation is also at odds with the way of service providers are doing things. Models are built on historic norms, and to change is a massive discussion. So I think making things smarter, faster, cheaper doesn't necessarily help your business in most cases. So, and then as we've spoken, skills and capacity, I think that applies both on the service provider side and the customer side. I mean, this is eroding position. So let's have a look at some of the emerging trends. If one were to look at the next couple of years, we're definitely going to see a lot more of this. I think the top right-hand corner speaks to what I opened a little bit about, a bit of doom and gloom, so to speak. But I mean, that's we've survived, a few thousand years, millennia. So I'm sure we'll do just fine. But I think that's more or less the sentiment, and sentiment drives markets and all the rest. So financial sustainability is definitely going to be in the picture for service providers as well as customers going forward. We're also in a generally low growth environment, so you're going to see that consistent position play out. On the back of that, I think we've already seen that that there are some trends moving towards automation and robotics. The biggest, for our industry at least, the biggest cost inputs are, of course, labor. And at least in Europe, what you're seeing already is that there's a skill shortage and a total headcount shortage as well. So what you're seeing is that there's a big drive towards robotics and automation to do the same work, the same work that these companies were doing a few years back, but now with mechanized solutions. Those trends in Europe tend to be showing towards people not really interested in trades anymore. So you've got workforce that really want to be the new generation, want to be behind computers. The guys don't really want to do hands-on type work. So we're having to be forced into the transition rather than it being a natural thing. You know, as well, I think digitalization, what we're seeing there is there's a big transfer. I mean, the so-called industry 4.0 or 2.0, whatever you want to call it, there was a big migration and a big expectation around what big data was going to do all over the place. But what we are seeing now is finally the benefits of the financial services industry, etc., where all the analytics work and breakthroughs were taking place, are starting to happen more or less into the industrial space. So digitalization is a big topic. This is now mixing in with customers, asset management strategies and all the rest. And a little bit later in the presentation, you'll see an example of that. And then finally, I think emerging trend, environmental, social, and governance. This is a topic, if you don't know much about it, I suggest you get into the mix here. This is something that's really picking up steam within Europe. And if you're not paying attention to this, the future of your business, you're going to be in for some surprises. There's a lot of legislative requirements, a lot of social obligations, and a lot of governance expectations. For the more established, mature service providers, this is a big topic. But again, what we're seeing is a big disconnect between those service providers in the market that don't have these capabilities or skills relative to some of the more mature service providers. As well as the customers. Customers that are exposed to capital markets are going to be exposed to this. This is where all the financing comes from, and the money that's circulating in the market at the moment is green money. Emissions projects are going ahead. These are the type of projects that are getting the funding, and behind all of that is this ESG type stuff. So these are definitely emerging trends to keep your eyes on. So customers' expectations and demands. So in the context of all this, what does the ideal value proposition look like for a service provider such as KFIR into the future? So let's have a think about that. On the first side, cost effectiveness. I mean, at the end, it all comes down to cost, right? I mean, the customers are really cost sensitive, and ultimately, what does that mean? That means doing more for less, right? And transferring risk onto the customers. I mean, that's ultimately the biggest ticket item for the customers at the moment, and it speaks to that shareholder demand around profitability and business sustainability for our customers. And it's the easiest solution. You just push down your cost savings onto the suppliers. Production efficiency, I mean, it's all fancy words, but at the end, I mean, that's just about doing things faster and smarter, right? And doing it less often. So if you can get those two things right, you're adding a lot of value already for your customers. You've got a cheaper solution, and you are making their plant more available more of the time. So I think that's where the low-hanging fruit is at the moment. And then, of course, the enhanced safety, ESG, and compliance. So, customers are expecting less downtime due to safety incidents, environmental ownership, and legal compliance. Those are all big topics as well. You have to be socially aware. You have to be socially relevant. You've got to be looking after the communities. You've got to be covering all those aspects to be a reliable service provider and a reliable or a sustainable asset owner in a specific community, and ultimately doing business right. So, I mean, if a service provider can provide all of these things for a customer, I'm pretty confident we're getting close to the expectations for the next couple of years. So let's quickly go into innovations before we dive into 2 or 3 use cases. So I think on the innovation side, I think we're not short of innovations. The technology is here. I mean, we've seen today outside the technology is here. What we need is a platform to leverage from the technology. So you would have seen that there's already automation in painting and blasting type solutions. You saw the crawler. I mean, this is quite clear. They're getting smarter, etc. But it's more or less like a mountain bike. Started out very simplistically with 1 gear. It's now got 12 gears and electrical gearing systems, etc. Hydraulic brakes, etc. So it's just getting smarter and smarter and smarter. Advanced insulation materials. I was just speaking to the guys from Asaver today. I mean, they've also just recently launched an improved product. The stuff is happening, so there's better materials out there to innovate and allow customers to save on their energy bills. Optimum access solutions. Historically, we've been doing it all the same way. There's a lot of different solutions now, and why aren't our customers using it? It's there, it's available. We've seen the Alimac, we've got the rope access solutions, it's there. Optimized solutions and elimination of waste through lean, this also exists. And more or less covered by the service provider solution. And then, of course, I think innovations around upskilling and multi-skilling of staff. I don't think this is touched on enough. There's massive opportunities around multi-skilling and consolidating solutions. I think this is a big trend that you'll be seeing going forward. I think reducing your P&G charges for customers. I mean, that's ultimately where the cost savings are going to come from. There's a limit to how much fat you can take out of the labor. So I think what you're going to see is there's more multi-skilling, etc. And what that's going to allow for is it's going to allow for contracts to be consolidated. But it comes with a caveat. It means that those contracts need to be formulated in different ways, and it requires customers to take risks. On the solution side, digital solution side, I mean, we got digital project management solutions. CAFA itself has got a few of these. I mean, these are examples of where you're using digital solutions to capture information on the plants, on the projects, and rather than paperwork and administrative intensive stuff. So I think that supports cost savings as well, and also better data-driven type decisions. And then, of course, digital scoping and logistics techniques. Just a rough number for yourselves. You'll see another project that we're running. ASEA will introduce a little bit later. But when we did the initial studies, we were able to identify that up to 70% on some sites, up to 70% of the customer's money is wasted on non-value add time. It's not the case for all, but I mean, it gets as bad as that. I mean, that for every 10 hours, you're only delivering 3 hours of production. So really, really important to have a look at how you can scope digitally and have better improved logistics solutions so you can take a lot of the work off site. Data-driven asset integrity solutions. Again, you'll hear from Ave and the team at Blue about what they're doing there. We've got to think about the assets differently. I mean, the strip and finds, I think there's one of the plants that's got a strategy around search and find. I mean, search and find in the year 2024. There's better ways to do it. We need to know where we need to go to look for problems. So, I mean, you'll hear a little bit more about that under the CUI solution, the sensor-based solution. And then smart BIM models, optimized scaffold solutions. There's definitely better ways to build scaffold, and each ledger or standard that goes into a scaffold costs money. If you can do it more effectively and you can design, you will unlock a lot of value. A big part and consistent, you'll see later on, I'll address it. A big topic here is planning, and if we're able to get the planning better, then the possibilities for the future are much better. So I want to hand over to ASEA now, if you can join, and then we can quickly dive into the what solution we have as far as logistics is concerned on impact. Some of you might have seen the presentation that happened in the shop earlier. So I think in the context of logistics and what that means for end customer value and the possibilities around digital solutions, please take us away, ASEA. So ASEA is the lead for the impact team in Spain, and he joins us now from Bilbao. ASEA, are you there?
Yes, hello. Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Go ahead.
Making actions that are real, not just to be pretty. No, it's to be smart, to be the best ones in our business. Okay, so you can go to the next slide, Jason, please. Okay, so here is the best example. Okay, that we always put. Okay, is Formula One. Okay, for example, the pit stop in the early days it was about 20 seconds, and they saw that one of the key points that it was for improving the margins and for being more effective, it was to reduce. So that means to prepare in advance. So they saw that it was not the action of making the change of the wheels or the last setup of the car. All must be prepared when the action must be taken, okay? And if we compare this with our business, you saw that in 80 years, same business, same process, nothing has changed. So why not to think in the revolution and to try to make it smarter? It's possible, okay? The only point is that we need to focus on the points that are adding value really, okay? You can go to the next one, please. So when we speak about insulation business, this is the insulation process you saw, okay? The person's installing, insulating, so is what all the people have on mind, or any company that is working on insulation have, okay? To have people installing, people moving around, people making things, okay? And okay, perfect. This is insulation process, but go to the next one, please, Jason. But this is also insulation process, okay? You saw insulation is not only to insulate in the client installations, it's to prepare the work in advance, is to ensure the quality in advance, is to organize and design the project in advance. So we need to reduce and we need to take the actions that can be removed, okay, and to prevent the problems, okay. So we work in prevention and not in solution of the issues that appear, okay. We work in advance. We want to prevent that, not happen the mistake or not happening the problem. So that means that we are efficient in each single step of the chain. That means insulation, okay? Like I mentioned, design of the project, prefabrication, and installation. So we reduce the amount of time that we spend on site, on the client installations, okay? Just because we work in advance, we prepare in advance, and we can ensure and be robust and repetitive in the actions that we take. Okay, so it's where impact and where KFR is making the difference, okay, related to the competitors or to other companies that are in the business. Because we are not thinking only about the installation, we are thinking about the full chain of the insulation process, okay? So go to the next one, please. Okay, so where are the things happening, okay? In the workshop, with digital workshop, with catalog, with the standard pieces, to be repetitive, to ensure the quality, to be productive, and to be reliable. Because at the end, you saw with a digital workshop, with parameters, and with track and trace, we can ensure that the right piece is available in the right time, in the right place. Okay. Next one, please. Insulation also is in the warehouses. Okay, what's happening with the material that we prefabricate or with the materials that we buy and is waiting until somebody is installing. Okay, so we control what we have in the stocks, we control where the material is, and we are fast and smart finding the material and delivering the material. So that means that we control what we have in our system, okay, and we prevent to have breaks about stock. About lack of stocks or about the materials that are not correct. Okay, so this is also insulation, the warehousing. Okay, next slide, please. The next one, sure, is on site. Okay, so on site, due to the fact that we have the correct product in the correct place, we design a new methodology of installation because it's based on standards and on catalogs. Okay, so we are faster. We can be much more faster than in the traditional way. I can tell you that it's about at least between 10% and 15%, okay, of less time of execution of the work of installation, because all, like I mentioned in the pit stop of Formula 1, is prepared in advance, it's ready to be installed, okay? So the skills that we need also, due to the fact that all is prepared in advance and all is just ready to work, the skills that we need for the persons are less, so we can mobilize more people, we can be faster, and we can be smarter during the execution of the work. Okay, next slide, please. So here, if we speak now about, okay, how this can be real, how this methodology is working, okay, there are many things, okay, that I can explain. But if we check, okay, a little bit the traditional way of work and the impact way, you saw these two discs, okay, so the green part means the time that I'm adding value really, okay, the pink part is the time that I'm not adding value, and the yellow part is the time that I'm enabling the value. Okay, so you saw here the activities, okay, that we consider that add value, that is the enable of value, and that is not adding value. And behind him, okay, or next to him, you saw where Impact is making actions. We are reducing the movements that we have on site. We are reducing the transport. Why? Because at the end we control what's happening in advance. We organize the flows to be more effective when we work. And then we reduce, or we try to remove the actions that are not adding value. For example, the defect. Why? Because we have a catalog and we are repeating once and again the same product, so we consolidate the quality that we are offering. Okay. Then waiting times. We organize the work in advance. We have sequences of installation, so we are smart on this. Okay, and our productivity is really high. Material searching. With good logistics, we have less time to find the material. And movements also is because of the same. Okay, at the end all is controlled and it's easy to organize the work. So, like I told in advance, make actions where they are adding value and reduce the execution time. Okay, so this is the part that makes us different. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, and the last part of all this, okay, we can say that is the work digitalization. Okay, but it's not to make digital for being digital or for being modern. No, it's digitalized to be smart. There is digitalized to be transparent. It's digitalized to work better, and it's digitalized to be reliable. Okay, so we have own softwares that we develop. Okay, and like I mentioned at the beginning, are developments that have been done from the business for the business, and are developments that have been done internally, so nobody else can offer this, and all are interconnected in some way. Okay, and is the last, let me say, update of efficiency, okay, to reach the top level that we can offer to you. Okay, good processes and digitalize these good processes that we spoke about. Okay, next one, please. And with all this, let's summary. Okay, KFR make the difference. Why? Because we can offer you less time on site for good execution. We can ensure the high quality of our work and of our production. We are reliable. We have process optimization. Okay, we are always improving them. We are customizing per client. We are flexible in that way. Okay, to customize our solutions to the client demands or to the client's reality. Okay, we are taking decisions data with data. Okay, so we are not taking decisions just because thought or because our ideas. No, we are taking about data and about numbers. Okay, so we make less mistakes, and then we have transparency. All is clear. We can visualize the stocks. We can visualize the productivities. We can share information with the client just in case that they wanted to check something, and we have digital. Okay, so we are making digital what many years ago it was all in paper and it was all like tailoring, let me say. Okay, so in summary, we are industrializing the insulation. That I think that is key to update the business, because in the last years the evolution it was very, very low. Okay, so for that reason you need to trust on us. Okay, and you need at least to give us the challenge or to give us the choice to present you this. Okay, and to try in your installations, and you will see the benefit. We are sure about that. Okay.
Thank you.
So that's all.
Thank you, Asier. Yeah, really insightful. I think that speaks to exactly what I presented earlier. I mean, these are the main topics around the trends, as well as you know, a mix between lean and digitalization. So really, really interesting. Thank you, Asier. You know, we're sensitive for time, so I'm going to move on to Ave. If you want to stay online, maybe there's some questions at the end. I'll hand over to Ave now. So thanks. If we can go to the next slide. Ave joins us then from Norway in Stavanger. Well, from Stavanger in Norway. Ave is the CEO of a KFR company called Blue. And you'll hear a little bit about it now. Ave, we're a little bit tight for time, but yeah, in front of me here we have some of your collateral, including one of your sensors. So Ave, are you there?
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, sure. We'll just get your face up on the screen so everyone can see you, and then give us a second. And then there we go. Ave, welcome. Welcome to the presentation. This is the last one from the day, so I can see everyone's a little bit tired. But yeah, we look forward to what you can tell us about Blue in a couple of minutes. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Jason. Thank you, first of all, giving the opportunity to present Blue and to your audience and clients, Jason. Very, very kind of you. And as you can see, even in Norway, we're doing some windsurfing. We have some famous beaches, and this is kind of, it's not me on the surfboard, but it's cold, but good. So just go to the next one. Yeah, so what I'm gonna talk about is our CUI monitoring system as an end-to-end solution. Our aim is to work with the client to improve the plant integrity, to kind of drive the change in the industry together with our sister companies as KFAR in South Africa. And we want to kind of help you to turn the unpredictable into more predictable. And we want to be we working with big global companies, and we're providing this solution to you guys as a technology provider. Next one. Yeah, the next one. So what when we know the challenges and the number, I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but this is on an average, a large refinery spend up to 100 million euro annually doing this type of maintenance, which is also where KFAR is having the main of the business. But of having, which is more interesting, is if there are any incident happening with regards to CUI, it's catastrophic. So for the environmental perspective, it's really important to be present, to drive the change, as I said, to be the forerunner with technology through support our sister company with this technology and deploy it in the market. And currently today we are talking to all the major end users and oil companies in the world, so to speak. Next one. Yeah, so this was okay. This came a bit bluish. I can't. So what the challenge is that the corrosion on the insulation happening on the wet insulation, and it's very difficult to prevent the humidity ingress where the humidity have come in or came under the insulation. It could be damages, could be poor condition on the insulation, aging, internal condensation, you name it. It's a lot of opportunities for the moisture to be trapped within the insulation. And it could be stainless insulation, it could be this Ulva shield or fabric type, not the insulation, but cladding over the insulation. And it's proven that it's very hard to predict the locations where we have corrosion and insulation. But what we are doing is that we are inserting humidity sensors in the insulation, and with a distance, all depending on locations, operation, temperature, insulation material. But on typically fabric material, we say that a sensor should be placed every meter. On cellular glass insulation, we could do up to 2 meters. But even on fabric, we can go up to 2 meters, all depending. So we need to review. So between the 1 to 2 meter distance between the sensors, and then we assume a heavy cost reduction. So we can go to the next one. So what we know, I think this one you can just click through the first one, and then I can explain. So based on the work process, we have operational data. We do risk assessment. We scoping the work by some statistics, historical data from the plant, experience. And then we come up with a scope of work. And then what we are coming with the new part now is to add in condition monitoring. We are running everything to the cloud, and we do computing and analysis and give you a new number to put into your risk assessment. And then as an end result, in short, it will be less maintenance inspection scope or more targeted, because then you know where to look for for the hotspots for CUI. So it's a combination. It's a new tool that you can get in your toolbox, And the way we want to describe it is more like it will help you to look for the needle in the haystack. So it's not replacing existing RBI modules, it's an add-on to it. And we can see the pipeline respected here. This should be kind of number of insulated line representing up by just this line on your plant. And then you can take next one, Jason. And then we adding humidity sensors onto the pipe, insulated pipe, and then immediately within a few weeks we will see the result whether the insulation is dry or whether it's wet. And when it's wet, so we can kind of by experience say that 70% of all the sensors is showing dry, and then that leaves us with a picture that we can say 70% is dry. So then just go next one as well, Jason, and then gives us the one which is not dry, the 30%, which we know. That's where we have an analytics tool. We can go more in depth. We can put it into for inspection. With people out for inspection, to spot inspection. We could do scanning of with the real-time radiographic equipment, all depending what type of inspection tools we can have on the plant and what. So that's kind of in the short, and this kind of showing the placement. So as you can see, the pipe with the mineral wool insulation, steel cladding, and then we just inject the sensors, which is battery driven, zone 0 rated. They can communicate for 1 time per hour for 15 years in 0 degrees environment. So they are quite good when it comes to battery and communication. Intelligence. So before every transmission, they do a self check. So they're checking themselves up against the EX regulatives, and then you can take the next one, and then you just see kind of where we are. So you can see the steel cladding, and you can see where the sensing element is placed, and the gaskets to seal it off. So it's permanently sealed, and we have a solution for stainless steel and UltraShield. And on the next slide, I think if the video is uploading, so you can see just before you starting now, Jason, you can see that this is on this plant we were allowed to have a battery drill on a hot permit, but you can see that the black top of the drill or the drill bit is preventing you to not drill more than the 4 millimeter inside the steel cladding. And now we're going to show the installation, how quick it is to install the sensor. And we do we do an average 25 to 30 sensors per hour if we have access. So just go to the next one. Now we measure. This is just a measure that we do, and this is for cellular glass. So we take out the cellular glass, a piece of the cellular glass, and we deburr it. And we inspect to see if there's any damages that we can see, and then we deburr it. And install the sensor. So that's kind of the process, and then the sensor is activated by a magnet. And then as soon as we put the magnet on, we turn it on, and then it starts communicating wireless to a gateway, which has a reach up until you can take next slide. It's easier to explain on that one, because then you can see the typical setup in the field with the antenna and a gateway, and through power or Ethernet, and then into the cloud solution. So this kind of is very independent. So we could run everything on battery. We don't need to rely on your existing system. And this is showing just an example. The green is dry. The blue is where it's wet. And we could easily see for this type of line, we know exactly where to do the inspection. So we go out and we do the inspection just after the pipe support. So next one. And of course, we want to avoid coming to this situation else, because this is an example where you had 2 identical lines. We did the RBI, traditional RBI, and we picked the wrong line, and then the other one was wet, and we had a catastrophic explosion, or the client had a leak. This will we will avoid by using sensors. And then everything goes to the cloud into a dashboard where you have everything monitored online, full control of your assets, and we can fully, next slide, please. And we can fully integrate this into the digital twin or your ERP system and a management system or RBI tool. So it's full integration, open APIs, but the data is secured. So we kind of have we have a solution which is more or less plug and play. We could do offshore asset without have to interfere into your utility system. We can have satellite communication. We can communicate and design it to fit your need. So that's all, I think, on a 10 minutes elevator pitch, more or less.
Thank you, Ave.
So
That
thank you guys.
Yeah, I think it was very good. So what I did do here is I did show, we've got one of your sensors here, so I did, I might have broken it, but I did share with the audience a little bit of, you know, what it looks like. So you guys are welcome to come check a little bit later. Ave, thank you very much. I think, you know, just to give everyone context of this, I mean, I don't know who knows Aramco. Aramco is, you know, recently, you know, it's in the top probably handful of most, you know, biggest companies in the world. Aramco is Saudi Arabia's, you know, national oil company. Ave will be attending there next week to meet with Aramco in Ras Tanura refinery, where they will be installing the sensors. There's also solutions currently ongoing with the likes of Shell. So I think, you know, what you're seeing here is not pie in the sky. It's the real deal, and it's working. So I think Ave, you know, that the internal development of the sensor, I think the sensor lasts a couple of years as well. So I mean, it's really robust technology. And what it does do is it allows you to learn and understand your plants and your assets better. And if you remember what I said earlier, this is really about changing the way we do things, and that's what the vision for the next years is. Absolutely. Ave, thank you very much. If you want to hang on till the end, and if there's any questions, otherwise we'll wrap it up. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good. Okay, Ave's also been, you know, generous enough to provide some caps and stuff. So grab a cap and a lanyard on your way out. Okay, good. So yeah, into the final stretch now to wrap things up. So I think just having a look at the challenges and opportunities. On the challenges side, let's have a look at, you know, I think in order for us to make this progression, you know, we've got a big challenge around investment. There's not enough money going into the industry at the moment. There's economic challenges as well. So I think, you know, that also flies in the face of, when there's good momentum in the market, things happen. And then the cannibalization for service providers. What Ave is showing there is technically not great for our business, right? We make money out of stripping, cladding, and insulation, but it just shows you that we're thinking a little bit more progressively around this on how we can help our customers. Because we ultimately still want the work to go there and to strip when we do find a problem. So, but we have to be realistic that this is the way of the future. If we keep just sending 500 people to site with no real job, then that's also not a great idea. Big challenge is change. It's not unique to this problem. It's a problem everywhere. Change is the issue. We've been doing things 100 years and for a reason, because no one wants to change. And people and skills. I mean, at the end, everything is only possible with people and skills. So, we need to be sure that these things are dealt with. But on the flip side, let's look at the opportunity. I think there's really, and it doesn't happen enough. And today was a good example of it, where we have conversations with our customers, where we're able to showcase what is truly possible. This is really about collaboration. We want to work together with our customers. We don't want to work for our customers, and I think that's important. And if during these type of environments, we can get together and we can talk about ideas and solutions. How better can we skin the cat, so to speak? This is where the true magic happens. So. Vertical horizontal integration, absolutely possible. Again, I think there was a challenge on some of the sort of stagnated thinking around contracts and having too many P's and G structures. I spoke about multi-skilling and all the rest. I mean, allowing service providers to do more with one single management structure is a massive saving, and we're able to provide a much more efficient solution. Progressive maintenance strategies. What Ave just presented is one of them. We've got other ideas, but I mean, using data to make decisions. We've got to be predictive about maintenance. At the moment, we too much firefighting. There's corrective maintenance happening, and that's the bulk of what we do. We've got to think smarter, but this requires planning and more of that. And then bring the suppliers on board. Customers need to say, incentivize the service provider for providing these type of efficient solutions. Make them part of the solution. Savings. I mean, we're making savings. Make this the service provider. Incentivize them around the end result, and then the investment can come and the people can come and all of that. So one needs to think about it completely different in the coming years. And if the service provider is roped into the business, the business model, we'll definitely see some momentum on the change. So wrap up. Let's go through it again, and then enough for this session. Challenging times, quite clear. A global industry issue. We can't get things to move. We need more development momentum. The industry trends are stabilizing, but it's still currently about digital mechanization and financial sustainability and ESG. The asset owner's main drivers will and always be cost, and that's unfortunately the reality, and that's what we've got to deal with. And solutions. I think solutions, we found out today that the solutions are there. It's not the solutions problem. There's nothing wrong with the technology. It's about getting to a position that we can use the technology. And how do we unlock that potential? And in the future, absolutely possible. I think it's all about open, proactive collaboration between the service providers and their customers. It's about more meaningful conversations. And well in advance. We need to plan more. We need to do more before the contract is awarded. That's where we need to do the work, so that when the contract is awarded, we've got a basis to do this type of cool stuff. While the contract's in force, it's not possible. And then ultimately, shareholder and top leadership buy-in. If this is not a discussion by the CEOs of your organizations, it's not going to happen. So everyone should be taking this back to their stakeholders. And, we welcome a conversation. Thank you for your time, and that's all I have. If anyone's got any other questions, Ave and Asia are still online. Any questions? If not, thank you very much for your participation. Please come grab yourself a hat or two. Thank you. Take care.